Alright, so we are live over on the YouTube. I think. Yeah. Anyone that would like to leave a lurk there, it would be appreciated, but it's not required. Not a big deal. Just hanging out and chilling. And yeah, so what we're doing today, finishing out the scheduling stuff. What that basically means is we need to start taking this logic and porting it over. So we're going to create these dates separately. And then just use a between method. Alright, so what is this date? Let's grab it. We're going to grab both of them. We're not going to do the after part immediately. Oop, there we go. Alright, so start date time. This is going to be, what is it? Arrow. Right? How are we creating this elsewhere? Like that. Alright, so yeah, perfect. So then the next part is we need the start date and then start time. And that should be fine. Yep. Alright, so yeah, just start date year. Month, day. Next part we need is the start time stuff. It's just going to be hour, minute, second. I think it's millisecond? And yeah, we can just grab this. And, right, we don't get the auto-completion here. I think it's... This wouldn't be millisecond, this would be nanosecond, right? And we need to do this part. Yeah, I think we're good. All right, so we got our start date time. We just need to do it for end date time as well. And then here we just do a return now dot, what is it, between? Ooh, hold on. It's like is between or something, right? Yeah, is between. And then this is a string. We want it inclusive on both ends. Yep. So then, bam. We have figured out that branch of our logic there. In this part, we need to figure out a slightly different branch of our logic. So this is for the daily time schedule stuff. And this is where we definitely have a bug. And it's a persistent bug within all of our SDKs based around when UTC flips over at midnight. It's a bit annoying. There's some way we can fix it, But it's like it's a logic issue that we'll be able to fix everywhere once we fixed it in one place. The problem is that it's a bit tricky to reproduce, but that's why we have a test method that allows us to pass a date time that we can like fiddle with. So yeah, our test server should allow us to consistently reproduce this error as well as verify that we're not breaking other things. So I think we're good there. We can finish this out with a failing test. One of these days we really do have to like revisit our logic for how we're doing this part of things. And it's really just this branch. But yeah, what's up, Rashid? How you doing? All right, so we already have a now timestamp. Oh, this is now timestamp. Yeah. Never mind. We are going to be operating on timestamps for this, and that could be a major case of like why our logic is failing. In the Python code, we're using arrow. It was one of the only ones that had Python 3.6 support, and it also looked closest to APIs that we're familiar with in other languages. Yeah, so let's go hammer out some of these first chunks. All right, so yeah, the timestamps we're gonna have are UTC for sure, but it's more about determining like a time that you set and aggregating that time to a specific like day, and then determining if we're between those. So that's where I think that's where we're having this issue. We have to basically zero out today's timestamp, right? And then create a zeroed start timestamp. This gives us a millisecond value that we can add to our other timestamps. Like, we are working in UTC, but there is just some use case here, or not use case, but some edge case of when things roll over, adding this, like, the timestamps isn't doing what we're expecting. Hold on. Let me just reply to one person real quick. So yeah, this next bit. We just want to create 0 day, and I believe that is arrow dot arrow. I don't think I'm. Hold on, let me look at this. Arrow dot. Where are we doing that? We do see UTC now is used in a few places, but the whole arrow dot arrow thing is getting really annoying. So hold up. What's the right way to import arrow, like the top level namespace, as well as like that class? All right, could I just do, should I do 2 imports? Is that the right way? I think that's the right way to do it. There might be a way to combine these. Any Python people out there know how to do so? And if not, I'm okay with it. All right. UTC from timestamp. I don't want to do it as, right? As just renames. So, right, TZ just becomes date util TZ. I need the top level one for the UTC now, like top level function, and I need the class for some of its static functions. Right? So I need them separate. I don't want to rename the global or the top level arrow thing. I want to import this class, which is a member of arrow. I suppose I could do something like arrow equals arrow dot arrow. Is that any cleaner than just doing the second import? I don't think so. So wait, what do you mean by that meta? I still need access to this class, and I don't want to do arrow.arrow in any other place. So I need access to this class. I also need access to the top level. They are separate things. This is a member of this. It's not an alias. No, that's fine. Just letting you know. Oh, you're saying you don't think it would allow both? Oh, I'm almost positive it allows both. Pretty sure that's fine. I'm just wondering, like, is there a more Pythonic way of doing it? Anyone who does Python on a regular basis. That's all. Yeah, looking spicy? Yeah, for sure. I am Sriracha today. I'm also kind of short, so I might be the Sriracha shortage. Boom, nailed it. Boom, roasted. We already have a PHP SDK. The PHP SDK would work great. Now, if you're saying a plugin interface for it, that kind of defeats the purpose. Yeah, I could see that. I think that's extra. That's outside of our scope at the moment. Because it wouldn't be a static file anymore. Right? It would be victim to the same scalability issues as your WordPress. This is fundamentally a developer tool. But then how do you modify the static file? Right? Because we're focusing on Git native, how would that work? Right? Might as well just use the application that we already have. Right? Like, we already have an app for that. If you want to modify the static file somewhere, sure. Yeah, I think it's more useful for plugin developers to remotely enable or disable features. Right? At which point it's, you know, having an admin interface inside of the WordPress dashboard makes no sense. Because it's for, you know, plugin developers. I'd say that's a more valid use case first. Eventually, I think what you're saying is useful. It misses a lot of, like, the value that we provide. If we abandon the Git native approach and, you know, basically treat it like Vexilla 0.x, sure. Yeah, that's doable. But that's a different thing, too. Ooh, yeah. So now, what's the way of getting the timestamp? I think it's just now.timestamp, right? And this is where having our editor tooling, having access to our dependencies would be really useful. But, oh well. All right, so then this would be we want this to be start of today. Hold on. Hey, I didn't want to delete that yet. Yeah, we'll just name it today 0 timestamp. All right, so we do the now stuff, then we do 0, 0, 0, 0. Cool. So now we want to do... Alright, so we get rid of this part. We just need to port this over now. And we're not going to do it directly to a timestamp. We'll do that as a second variable. So that would be... zeroed start timestamp. Or start date. Start date time. Yeah, I think that's a better name. So 0day.year, 0day. All right, we can get rid of some of this boilerplate and just copy month, day. Start time, hour, minute, second, nanosecond. Yes, that's where we do this. Start. And it is just start time. Let me double check the arrow docs just to be sure. It's microsecond. Yeah, nanosecond is another order of magnitude. That's my bad. Those are the only places we say it by name. Cool. All right, and then this chunk. Still don't know what this fold attribute is actually for. Oh, I see. I could probably just not even pass it. I wonder if this is going to cause some errors. Alright, yeah, it should be fine. All right, zeroed start date time. All right, so we got those two values now. We'll do the same thing for the end date time. All right, so we've got that logic copied. We've got the timestamp here. We probably also want to do... Yeah, we want to do all this logic. We're going to end up... Yeah, because they're going to be numbers, it's going to be the greater than, less than stuff. So then zeroed end timestamp plus day is equal to... And then how do we do the adding of time? Is there a function for that? Aha! So we could do a shift. Okay. Yeah, that's easy enough. So it's going to be... Right, we got UTC now there. So it's basically the... zeroed end date time. Shaft. Right, and it would just be day equals 1. Yeah. Dot timestamp. So start timestamp is then equal to, let's see, today 0 timestamp plus zeroed start timestamp. Today 0 timestamp. Zeroed end timestamp. All right, so then here we do if zeroed start timestamp is greater than zeroed end timestamp. And I think this is probably the flaw in our logic right here. Yeah, I think this is the flaw. We might want to do it the other direction. Instead of adding to our end timestamp, we might want to subtract a day from our start timestamp. Is this where the daily logic fails? Would it make sense, if I could spell, to use our start timestamp and subtract a day. And I think that might be it. And yeah, power mode is definitely slowing things down a bit. I think that would gain me more velocity versus typing speed. All right, so then this part would be a simple return now timestamp greater than or equal to So here's one thing. Let's do a quick format using black. There we go. Makes it look a little prettier. Interesting they throw the parens on it. That's because it kicks to a new line. Oh, fancy. All right. All right, so I think we have our scheduling logic written. Now we just need to write the tests for it, right? We'll just do pass for now. So from Vexilla client, import scheduler. All right, so yeah, let's write this logic. As far as our testing goes, we got 3 main like test functions we're running, and within those functions we have various assertions we need to make. This first one's easy. Yeah, so let's just port these one by one. When we look at how we're doing our testing here, it's basically just a function that starts with test underscore whatever, takes in self, and we can access any of the persistent data we want in every test. We don't need that right now. Ooh. I know that these tests are going to fail because we refactored that logic. The rest should be good. We do probably want to give it a doc string. That's a good point. And we should probably be doing doc strings for a lot of other stuff too. Test schedule active. I think that's a good name. Test that a schedule type done. How are we doing our assertions real quick? It is self.assert true, because it inherits from that. So yeah, self.assert true. We need to define the schedule. For some reason, we have to keep reconfiguring that. That's a little annoying. So then this is going to be none schedule interesting that this doesn't give us any type hinting. Aha! Okay. So I probably want to do that for this as well. Alright, so this new schedule, we should be getting something from that, but we don't. That's annoying. I mean, we have this, so we know what goes into it. It's going to be, let's see, so 0, 0, UTC, schedule time type, empty. Oh, And hold on, need to bring in schedule time type. Alright, so that one's none. The other part we care about is start time and end time. Oh, there we go. And we just want to verify this with our empty schedule type. So this would just be self.assert true. Just for debugging, let's do this. Schedule active is equal to scheduler dot is schedule active. And that would be none schedule. And our schedule type is schedule type dot empty. What's up, Synth Code? How you doing? So yeah, finish that part. Next up, what is our other test? This is test scheduling active start end. And we have 3 different schedules to validate. Let's do this first one. Oh, and what was the name of it? Test schedule active start end. Alright, we need to bring in arrow. And we need to turn these into timestamps. So yeah, we're going to need arrow itself as well. Or from arrow import. Alright, so we got the now. So before schedule is equal to schedule now dot shift. This is day equals 1 dot timestamp. And we could even do these as named props. I don't think it's a big deal though. So then this would be now dot shift day equals 2, and this would be dot timestamp. UTC schedule time type start end. Start time can be 0 and 0. So before schedule active is then scheduler dot is schedule active. The schedule we're passing is before schedule, and the schedule type is going to be the global. Sure, easy enough. Yeah, so now we just want to self.assert false. Oh, and we need, we need the doc string. Almost forgot that part. All right, so we want to assert false before schedule active. All right, so our next step, we need to do the during schedule active, which we expect to be true. And it's actually a very similar set of logic. This ends up being day -1. This one ends up being day +1. And we should be good there. And then the assert false here for after. We would do -2 and -1. So we've got the majority of this logic written now for that function. We've got one more function, and it has, I think, 5 cases that we have to check. So yeah, hold up. 3:30. Yeah, let's pour a beverage. Oh, and I missed a follow. Sorry. Silvera. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. And yeah, what's everyone up to? How you enjoying your Thursday? Basically your pre-Friday. Friday Eve, if you will. It's about to be Friday for European viewers here in a sec. It's also December Eve, which reminds me I need to pay my rent today. That is a good point. No, I could probably set it up that way. I don't necessarily always have the money in... Well, actually, no. No, I pay that from credit card so I can get card points back. So, no, yeah, I could make it automatic. Oh. That was weird. All right, so the next method, right? Start, end, we're done with. Now we got to figure out the daily. We'll get a new value for now, just to be sure. We need to check for before the whole schedule, before the current day, during the current day, after the current day, and then after the whole schedule. So the before, after, and whole schedule stuff, that's actually the same exact logic as what we did in start end here, but we need to change our time type. Yeah, okay. Let me check one thing. All right, just double checking. All right. We can still do start time, end time. I think that's fine. Right, that can be 0 still. The during schedule will comment out for now. After schedule here. All right. So those two tests were easy because they're basically the same logic as these others. For the during, double check here in the daily, right? We'll worry about before day and after day in a minute. The during schedule test, we need to make sure that our time is -1 hour and +1 hour from where we are. -1 day and +1 day from where we are. And the -1 day and +1 day is actually something we do here, but we decide the time differently. Okay. Yes, easy enough. We're going to leave during schedule as this test. We want it to be true. This part right here is just simply now.shift hour and that should be good. So then between these, this test is before day schedule. Did we do day or daily? Before day, yeah. Now, am I going 2 hours or 3 hours? Yeah, we're just going 1 and 2. So we want that to be that. We want this to be a 1 and this to be a 2. And we want that to be an assert false. And then, after that, this is going to be after. This needs to be -2, and this needs to be -1. We'll leave this test. This is actually false for us right now. Like, we're hitting the wrong place for it. Forget how we've been running our tests, actually. I know we did it a little bit ago. I think we have to make sure we do it inside of the container here. Yeah, no such command test-wise. PyTest is what we were using, that's right. Oh, and this README is massively out of date. Yeah, for some reason it has like the NPM stuff in it. That ain't right. So yeah, we'll have to fix that. All right. Oh. Right. So what that means is we just... Oh, no, we created the init. Cannot import name literal. Ah. Ah. Damn it, I needed to move it to... Wait, is this a dev dependency? I don't think so. No, it's not. What's up, Sharat? How you doing? All right, let's see how that goes with PyTest. Okay. So feature type of value string feature needs to be a literal. Oh. I think I was just missing that. So selective string feature needs a discriminator field. All right, let's get the go out of the way. We don't need it as inspiration right now. It's just getting in the way. Yep, so selective string feature needs the exact same thing we just added to base value feature. And it's actually going to go on base selective feature. Oh, yep. Yeah, so we did a refactor of our hashing test. Or of our hashing structure in general. So this is .hash value. And the value we want to hash goes first. So that would be self.uid. I did that in the wrong place. Whoops. Oh, and hasher here is just hash result. Oh, I need 2 underscores. Okay, so test hasher here. Unexpected end of file. I feel like we'd be getting some type of error within there. Let's look at a few of these others. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I think they're actually failing on this part, too. Now, hold on, did I forget to fix that somewhere else? We've got UUID there. That shouldn't be the error for that anymore. I think it's really just about collecting this. And yeah, that's fine, Adi. Ooh, is it actually this import? Do I need .hasher here? I don't think so. Oh, no, that might have been it. Yeah, hasher pi passes. Okay, yeah, we're good there then. So it was my import path. All right, here's the next thing. Why didn't scheduler run? All right, so hold on. Yeah, this part right here. Let's go look at how we're doing our client. So that wasn't the fix there. So it's doing the import right, at least as far as the editor's concerned. Oh, here's an important thing. Yeah, these flags aren't going to fetch anyway. I might actually want to... Yeah, I might want to comment this. What's up, Robotic Head? How you doing? All right, so we see hasher.py running. Why don't we see scheduler getting picked up? Oh. So that would be why that one didn't work. I renamed it wrong. Oh, and this one's not going to run because I'm missing that chunk at the bottom. Yep, so we see scheduler kick in, and now that's failing. And instead of day equals, it's days equals. I already fixed that part. Really? I didn't see it over in YouTube. Is my chat not active over there? Yeah, I don't see the comment. What link do you have for the live stream? So yeah, Martus, that should be the link that works. Could you try chatting over there? And maybe it's on my end. But I refresh over there and I don't see any comments. Oh, I have it as top chat instead of live chat. So crime time, that one worked. And Martus, is that you? Are you crime time? Robotic heads worked? Yeah, so I'm not sure. Oh, that was you, Perpscript? That's right, I remember, yeah. I forgot, yeah. I haven't seen you make one of those videos in a while. That might be fun. That might help, you know, motivate you a bit more. I don't know, just throwing it out there. I don't know. Yeah, only you know. But yeah, just curious. I totally forgot that was your channel, though. Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, so Fun Martus. Yeah, let me know what link you're actually trying to do that on. The one I just pasted here in Twitch should work. But I already fixed that text part. So maybe, hold up. Are you actually up to date live, or did your comment go through as like an actual comment because you're not like at the live part? I'm wondering if that's like a thing YouTube does. No worries, Martus. So I believe YouTube and Twitch follow the same mechanism of optimistic updates. So it may have like looked like it sent on your screen, but you know, if it fails, they don't actually remove it. But yeah, we actually fixed the naming thing. I was missing this part. Now our scheduling fails because I'm shifting by the wrong thing. It needs to be plural. And then for all of those, we just want to update it to days. I'm going to guess that hour would be hours as well. Oh, okay, so it takes exactly one positional. I actually need to name all of these arguments. Okay. I'm okay with that then. That is a bunch of stuff to change. Wish our editor would have let us know about that. But, oh well. Oh, I think it's just start. I think we do start equals, right? Yeah. Yeah, so we could actually do this way. Oh, and this isn't schedule type, this is time type. All right. Ah, it didn't work. All right, any of the ones with zeros, we can't do that way. Ooh, and this one, yep, issue. All right, so we fixed that within our testing here. We are going to have that as an issue over in Scheduler 2. I think. Actually, no, we don't create a schedule within here at all. So now I think we're good. And yeah, no worries, Martis. Yeah, sorry. I was trying to respond to your messages. And yeah, happy to respond. Sorry, I'm a couple minutes behind on that one. But yeah, thank you for the lurk on YouTube. It really does help me out. All right, if I look at the number. We're at 1,519 watch hours. And I don't think that includes yesterday's watch hours. So, yeah. Yeah, really appreciate you. Nah, I pretty much limit the amount of snacking I do. And I usually try and pace myself with these. So, meh. All right, so let's try this test again. Oh, wait a minute. Did I define that type wrong? Interesting. So it seems to me like they're using alias for what the named prop would be. I don't necessarily want that. Yeah, it probably is, and that's easy enough to fix. But the part it's complaining about start time is the confusing part to me. Right? It wants the camel-cased alias instead. Now that should just be for our serialization, or technically deserialization, using Pydantic. But Pydantic is conducting validation for us. And that's interesting. But converting these values, that's easy enough. Yeah, that seems weird to me, but okay. So where we have it defined as a 0, works fine. Int, can we just do int? I think we can, right? I have it defined that way in the model. Right, they are int. Unless I need to do the whole field thing. Or is there something else you were expecting I would do? All right, so let's at least verify that we fix the valid integer part of things. Maybe not. They're saying, oh, I'm probably missing a comma. Yeah, hold on. So test scheduler, line 50. I'm probably missing a comma. Oh, they're even complaining. Yeah, I messed up something here. Ah, yep, there it is. All right, that fixes all that. And that's on me. It's a method. Yeah, I'm not calling it. Alright, so now it's the value error missing. And that's just because of the aliases we assigned, but I find that strange. Ooh, and schedule type equals is totally false. Allow population by field name? We could always go back and change it. I don't think that's our huge blocker right now. Let me look at this. So we actually got one test to pass, which is interesting. So wait, dot year here. Is it not a method? Is it a prop? I'm guessing it's just a prop. Yeah, a little annoying that it didn't catch that in, like, in our editor. It's definitely something to do with how broken our environment is, right? Aw, thanks, Denny. I am running PyLance using just the standard Python extension. Right, that's how like all of this stuff is inferred. If we could get it inferred. I don't know, hold on. Boo. Is that gonna yell at me? It does say code is unreachable by PyLance. There we go. So yeah, PyLance is doing some stuff. But it's not doing everything. Oh, and we do see that .year. So replace .year with .year. Do it for month. And do it for day. What's up, Fahad? How you doing? Oh. Okay, so it looks like maybe PyWrite is not there because I did have to install PyLance separately. Right, because the Python extension is more of a front end to other tools, I think. So, hold on. PyWrite has detected that the PyLance extension is installed. PyLance includes the functionality of PyWrite, and running both of these extensions can lead to problems. PyWrite will disable itself. Uninstall or disable PyWrite to avoid this message. So theoretically, the extension should be working. I don't know what the deal is. Yeah, theoretically. Oh, interesting. So today 0 timestamp is not actually a timestamp. So that's a mistake on my part. That's here in scheduler. And it's going to be not for the start end, but here we go. So today 0 date time. Try that. And hey, what's up, Brooke Zerker? How you doing? And hey, we get just the one failing test, and that's due to... Yep, that is the UTC time zone issue. You doing well? Yeah, what were you doing? Yeah, let's do the shout-outs. And I definitely didn't check my fantasy football. So thank you for rating and giving me the reminder. Oh, man. Yeah, I definitely need to set my lineup. Please don't have anybody that started a game yet. I think they probably did. Am I screwed? I might be screwed. You're playing some coding game? Nice. Aaron Jones, questionable. Gus Edwards is out. Heard him say they were going to try and target Pickens more. Aaron Jones is questionable. He has been a low performer for me all year. I'll at least set that in case I forget. Oh, and I got a kicker on a bye week. Shit. Good reminder. Thank you. All right. Oh, man, I'm going to have to drop a bunch of people. All right, yeah, I think we're good enough for now. I can readjust my team later. But yeah, welcome everyone. How can Python help do sentiment detection from on text from speech generated by AI? So Fahad, I'm pretty sure there's some kind of like open source sentiment detection. The only one I have used before was Azure's like machine learning stuff. So sentiment analysis. So you could do it from text using Microsoft stuff, right? So Azure has some really good AI services. I've done it based on images before. Let me paste this over to YouTube. Yeah, they have a really cool set of APIs for sentiment analysis and, you know, AI-based stuff. Worth checking out. I do have to do a disclosure that I've done a sponsored stream for that before. I got paid to promote it. So keep that in mind. That's the only thing I've used for any of that, though. There might be something. Yeah, does anyone know any good like text sentiment analysis that you could run self-hosted wise? I'd be interested in that. Right? Like, could you run it locally kind of stuff? Yeah, that sounds awesome, Fahad. I don't know of anything that you would host yourself. Someone here is recommending Python's NLTK library. Thanks, Fire. So, Natural Language Toolkit. Yeah. Yeah, this looks pretty good. So, yeah, if you want to run something that is not based upon some other service and you want to do it on your own, like hardware, etc., Looks like NLTK might be a good option. Again, I have not used it, so I'm not positive. It does look like there are, you know, it's got pretty good support for various platforms, etc. So, yeah, I'd say check it out. All right, so, and yeah, you were doing some coding game. Is that like one of the more fun ways to do like algorithm type stuff? Should I really be looking at a coding game for like practicing up for interviews? Yeah, no worries, Fahad. Yeah, if you want to leave the lurk there, just, you know, to help my numbers, I'd appreciate you. But no worries if not. Thanks for hanging out. So yeah, this is the kind of the expected test to fail. So I think we're done. I think we're good, man. Everything but that one test. So we're good with our scheduler. Now we need to move on to creating our client tests. And that needs to run based off of being able to access our local test server. The fact that we're doing this within a Docker container means that we might have to do some magic to pass that extra host in or whatever. Maybe when I run the Docker container, I just need to like pass the network as host. Yeah, let's try it. So, first step. We head to packages and test server. I think it's just pnpm start. Looks like we needed to redo our install because I messed something up there. Oh, we were testing if we could run it regularly with just npm. That's right. I forgot about that part. What's everyone up to? Any fun plans for the weekend? Stevens Pass is theoretically going to be opening up this weekend. Opening day is usually meh. Except that maybe I, like, you know, might run into a bunch of friends or something. Hold on. Yeah, let's look at it together while installs are happening anyway. How's the weather looking up there? They've gotten a little bit of a dusting, like an inch of snow over the past, you know, probably 24 hours or so. They usually scrape this off in the morning. Yeah, if we look at the snow field over here on the right, they've still got trees in the main run a little bit. Definitely don't want to go off-piste too much right now. So yeah, they need a solid couple storms. I love when the weather is like this, though, where it's like you see the sea of clouds, and then, like, yeah, when you get to a certain elevation, you're above them. I actually love that so much. That's one of the coolest things about being in the mountains when you're above the cloud line. Here at Stevens Pass in the mornings, on a sunny day, you can actually, like, see the clouds, like, roll in. You can do, like, a time lapse, and it looks beautiful. But yeah, I definitely prefer to snowboard when it's filled in more. Like, off the main runs. So yeah, hopefully we get some good dumps here soon. I have a friend that died from tumbling through powder and hitting their head on a rock. So I'm really, like, sketched out about that. And this wasn't even, like, early season either. This was, like, halfway through the season. The place they did it just had, like, 1 or 2, like, exposed rocks. Oh, it's fine. Yeah, I wasn't looking for sympathy. I was just pointing it out. Like, why I am apprehensive of off-piste riding when it's not covered enough. Right? Rocks on your snowboard or meh? Who cares? It's a snowboard. You can fill it in with P-Tex. It's easy. Rocks on your head, that's a different thing. That's a very different thing. Eastern Washington mountains are even worse. If you go ride it like, no, he wasn't wearing a helmet. Even then, a helmet won't save you from that. But yes, he most likely had an issue with cracking his skull, and that would have saved that. But helmets don't prevent concussions. And that's why there's that, like, famous skier who passed away from concussions. He was wearing a helmet every single time. I forget his name right now, though. Yeah, you get enough heavy concussions, a helmet's not going to save you, right? And concussions are from your brain, right? Your body moving very quickly to being stopped very quickly, and your brain hitting the inside of your skull. So yeah, helmets do not prevent concussions. If anything, it gives some people a false sense of security, which means that they bang their head off stuff even more. But, you know, it's an extreme sport for a reason. You could die slipping on the, you know, the ice outside your house, you know? So it's just one of those things. I'd rather die snowboarding than slipping on the ice outside my house. Oh, that's fine, Bob. Yeah, no worries. We're at a good moment. I'm pouring a beverage. We were looking at the snow. We had to do a PNPM install that should be done by now. Yeah, totally. So we can start our dev server. But yeah, this is a perfect time for, you know, random questions if you have any. And yeah, for anyone that came in from the raid, I assume Brooke Zerker had to go because that's typically how raids go. Like, you're raiding because you got to finish and do something else. Otherwise, we'd just all be streaming every day, all day, right? But yeah, anyone from Brooke Zerker's raid, would you consider coding game like a more fun way of, like, doing algorithm stuff for practice, for, like, interviews? Or should I just buckle down and do hacker rank and leak code? Because I am going to have to start practicing some algorithm BS. And yeah, Turd. Yeah, NFL players and their CFE, right? Like the concussions, that's pretty brutal. One second, Bob. So, Slyko or Slykyo? Slykjo? I don't know how to pronounce that. Let me know. Do we have a command for 100 devs? We should. If not, we should create one. Yeah, there you go. I would say the #1 way to learn to become a dev, especially web dev, it means lollipop. There you go. Number one way would be to do 100 devs. And I just spoke with Leon recently. He is gearing up for the next cohort in January, I believe. So yeah, join 100 devs. Not only because he's a great teacher and they have great content, but as a community, they help keep each other accountable. They have chat rooms in which, you know, you can be part of a group that makes sure that everyone else is doing their thing. If you need help, you have a whole group to work with and like reach out to and all that. So 100 devs, that would be my number one recommendation. If you prefer being self-taught and you want to get a jump on things, you can always start with Free Code Camp right now. And even then, do the 100 devs thing and you'll be even better off. Putting in work ahead of time for 100 devs would actually make you way more successful with 100 devs anyway. Yeah, Leon is a very awesome dude. Very sincere, just, yeah. So cool. I'm glad I got to meet him in person at Vegas. No offense to everyone else I met. Yeah, meeting and hanging out with Leon was probably the highlight. No offense to anybody else. It's a very close race. All right, so yeah, as far as our tests go, we were expecting to fail those. We need to build out our client tests now. And I think a big part of that is going to be figuring out how we can get the networking going properly. So I needed to disconnect from that, disconnect from this, Docker run, and then, yeah, how do we do the network part of Docker run? Oh, that's fine, Slake Joe. It becomes more familiar the more you watch and the more you do. This stream is actually best used as background noise while you're working, and then you can distract yourself with stuff we show on screen when you got, you know, compiling going or whatever, when you just need a break. So treat this as a co-working stream, and I think that's the most effective way to use the stream. But okay, so hold on. Bob, you asked a question. Ooh, Randy, you just did a bunch of leak code and then got a job where they didn't ask a single data structures and algorithm question? Here's the thing. If you didn't study, that would have been all you got. That's just Murphy's Law, right? So the fact that you were prepared means that you didn't get the BS. That's just, yeah. That's Murphy's Law. That's chaos theory. That's just how it goes. It's better to have prepared and not gotten them than to not prepare and get them. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so, Bob, in your company, there are more product owners than development teams, so the product owners need to queue up their development initiatives for when a development team becomes available. Have I seen this model work well before? When you say product owners, are these more like the project managers for client work? Or are these product owners of, like, your company's core product? Right? Is this a product company or is this a services company? I think that will massively change how this needs to, like, work. Does that make sense, Bob? And I forget, you might have told me what type of company you work at before and I forgot. So I'm apologizing for that right now. So the core product, they all basically own different parts of the app. So yeah, I get it, right? There might be one that's part of like the login process and like the onboarding flow. And then there's another that's a part of like the user management flow if you're like an organization or something, right? And they're all competing for dev time to get things done, right? Is that a good assessment? Do I understand that right? Yeah, they're all competing for dev time. I would say in such a case, the product owner needs to actually equate the value of what they need done. And then overall, like top level product owners can prioritize the things that would deliver the most value. Right? So there needs to be some like number to attach to the value of an initiative or a project or like a feature or something. Now you're going to get people gaming that system. You need to find a way to make sure that people who do the least value part of the app don't get stranded on not getting any work done. So there would most likely be some kind of like value versus when the last time they had something done. There is a formula that you'll have to figure out as an organization that you'll probably end up fine-tuning. Right? So the formula needs to take into account how recent they had any work done towards their initiatives, and they need to be prioritizing value of their initiatives within their individual product part that they own. And then you need to figure out which parts of the product are more valuable as well. So there's going to be some ratio of who's gotten work recently, who needs work, what value is going to be derived from that work. With most likely quarterly reviews of stuff that's been thrown by the wayside for too long that might be an easy win. So yes, I don't have any specific input into that, but that seems to me like how it would work. You need to figure out a formula to make sure that certain product owners aren't being forgotten, but that the more valuable product owners are getting dev time more often. I would say coming up with a tool that would help prioritize those things would be useful. Help coming up with integrations of product owners adding values to their tasks in some way would be worthwhile, right? So it's going to involve a lot of just like Jira ops, for lack of a better word, right? Whether you're using Jira or not, that term should still be relevant. Right? If you're using U-Track, Jira, Trello, whatever. It's more about writing integrations and tools that would help that give you values that you could then prioritize via maybe even a custom dashboard. Yeah, I think no matter what, as an organization, you all need to figure out a formula for attaching value and cost to the things, right? Like, there may be huge value for a feature that takes 3 months of dev time. Whereas instead, could you deliver maybe a quarter of the value in a tenth of the time? That would be a win, right? And then you're freed up to do the heavier task later anyway. So yeah, like prioritizing easy wins that have high value, right? That would be something that the formula needs to optimize for. That's just my opinion. I've never been an engineering manager. I've never been a product owner or any of that. I've been a team lead, but that's about it. But it does mean that I've at least been in some of these discussions about what features get prioritized. But yes, I've never had to like really make those decisions. So I'm just going based off of thinking about the problem. Yeah. So robotic head, that was specifically why when I first asked the question, I wanted to make sure of whether he's at an agency, right, doing like client work, or whether he was at a product company satisfying internal, product owners or stakeholders or whatever. Because internal versus external stakeholders are very different. Exactly. Yeah. So, yep. Just want to make sure of that. Oh, Lightspeed. I mean, at the company I was at, a lot of the stuff that got prioritized was things that was for some of our biggest clients. So the value of a client in an external stakeholder situation is actually going to determine what gets prioritized pretty much no matter what, right? Regardless of the time it takes. They'll try and get some of the easy wins out first, but there's always going to be large features that the biggest clients need that would deliver the most value. So there's something about that, Lightspeed, where if you're dealing with internal versus external stakeholders, that's where it gets tricky. In many cases, anything for an external stakeholder probably gets prioritized. Right? If you have a mixture of both. And wait, has OSS hack started yet? Hold up, let me look at this. December 2nd through 3rd. All right, so I shouldn't start until Saturday. Sure. I think we could do some planning, but I shouldn't write any code until Saturday. Wait, it says Friday, December 2nd? Hold on, it's today? Their days of the week are mixed up. Is it Friday, December 1st or Saturday, December 2nd? Yeah. Huh. Yeah, Robotic Head from the future is already on Friday the 1st. All right, let's go look at testing our client. Oh, that's what I was looking up. So yeah, Docker run network. Yeah, I'm gonna use host, I think. Oh, ping command not found. Oh, ping. Do I want IP utils or inet utils? I think IP utils is fine, right? We'll find out. All right, so we're installing libcurl. Connection refused, but we know that it's running there. No. I think there's specific things that have bounties. So yeah, let me go log into it. OS Shack. Oh my god, we need to come up with some kind of like Weird Al version of OS Shack. That's a spoof of Love Shack. OS Shack, baby. Right? OS Shack, baby. That'd be pretty good. Maybe I'm the only one that thinks that would be good, but whatever. I'm okay with it. From what I understand, there are open bounties that you want to do. I want to be going for the best cal.com fork. Right? So be creative, fork the cal.com repo, and come up with any feature or set of features you desire. Right? Best spam/abuse detection. I'm not sure what that's for. Right? So I don't know. It looks to me like there are specific issues probably on the GitHub repos for these. We're going to have Sean here tomorrow as we talk about our plans for what I want to implement. And he can probably answer some questions too, because he's way more familiar with the project. So 16 open challenges remain based upon 3 total projects. That would be cal.com and like something else, I guess. Here's the biggest thing. I don't expect to get the 10K. That'd be cool. But I think what I build might be at least like, hey guys, hire me kind of thing. Which would be cool. I'd be really into that. I don't know how to actually, like, grab a task. And I wish this was a link. Let's double check this. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot more to be desired about this, but whatever. I've been accepted. I've already done the form. I already responded. So yeah, that site leaves a little to be desired. But yeah, network host doesn't seem to be working. Let's try bridge. So we're running into something as an issue here. I mean, let's just double check locally that we can curl that. Yep. I do notice I didn't do the HTTP. Nope, still the same issue. So host. So I feel like host should have worked. What do I need to do to expose this to the Docker container? See, that would be for exposing ports from internally. Right? Not giving access to something on the external network. Basically, on the host network, I have this localhost 3000 that I want to be able to access from inside of Docker. I totally forget how to do that. I did miss some follows, so Vathreek, I don't know if that's how to pronounce that. Thank you for the follow. And Drazad, thank you for the follow as well. That's it. All right, so test client here. What we end up needing to use is a value we can set as an env var. So os.environ.get. Yeah, and this we can move out as well. Oop. We're going to call this UUID, sure. I find it strange that that's saying it's not used. It is. Do we have to be within a class for that? All right, so we'd end up doing this. That's our base URL. Actually, let me look at the client again. We don't have to do that as a named param, right? Maybe we do. We'll find out. Oh, we get like 0 auto completion here. Yeah, something is off about all of this. Yeah, our editor is really not helping us here. Hold on, here's another thought. Let me double check that. Alright, so we would do get if it's optional. Yeah, so I think we're good there. Yeah, how do we do anonymous functions? Let's do that. Anonymous function Python. That's right, it's the lambda keyword. Alright, so we end up getting URL, and we just want to do a fetch of that URL and the manifest JSON file. Actually, the URL is already formulated, so we just need to fetch it. Yeah, how do we do HTTP requests in Python? Looks like URL lib will get us to. Maybe. Okay, URL lib is built in. Cool. So we don't want to send extra data. We don't care about the context. What is the return value? Okay. Looks like we could just do .read on it. Okay. Right, and then we do a similar thing there. Let's see. So pip env shell. Oh, really? So there is no return? Oh. Really? Okay. All right, so then test server host, that is this. I think it's weird that we had to reinstall PyTest. That's taking longer than I expected. Oh, yep. So that's a flaw in how we have our client. All right, so they're saying missing one required positional argument. Oh, I see. So, yep, I'm doing that in the wrong order. I need to pass this to get flags as well. Okay. Yes, I think we're getting there. Thirsty, did you have another name previously? I feel like you did. But now I guess it's been a while. Ah. I didn't realize that was like a new global emote, though. TwitchCon hype? Oh, that's awesome. I've seen other people use it. I didn't realize it was global. I thought it was some channels. Makes sense. So yeah, as far as this goes, I think we need to use the aliased value. And I think this gets into what Toman was talking about earlier. Yeah, Toman, you still out there? Let me try and find their comment. Tomed, not Toman, sorry. Yeah. It's the model config thing. Where does that end up going? Well, it does say 3.7 and above. Yeah, where even is that? And how do we use it? Would that just be in the constructor? Oh, I'd have to do it as like a subclass called config? So like this is pointing out? Gotcha. Yeah, this is a validation issue. So yeah, I'm not sure that's actually the fix. Right here. Yeah, so there's something I'm missing about how Pydantic wants to do this. Yeah, it's most likely just like a casing issue. What's up, Standard Robot? How you doing? We're trying to figure out how to do discriminated unions with Pydantic when they have different casing. Wait, did I say Standard Robot? I thought I said Standard, but yeah, I don't know. Not something I think too hard about. Yeah, anyone have any ideas on how this union should be working? I feel like a hack would be we abandon the camel casing, or sorry, we abandon the snake casing and just make it camel cased. That seems like a hack though, right? Like non-Pythonic. Not ideal. So yeah, any thoughts? Good on water. I can pour another beverage. I should use the restroom, though. And thaw some food. I'm thinking something super easy tonight. Just like a seasoned pork chop. Which I have frozen. I just gotta thaw it and then cook it on the skillet. But yeah, as far as serializing this goes, maybe the way I'm doing Alias is wrong. Yeah, no worries, Mr. Tomed. Like, isn't that what I'm doing? Right? Feature type here, literal. We're setting that on our base feature. Here. It's saying feature type is missing in value. So my guess is it's something to do with the alias not being deserialized into feature type properly. Because we do have the discriminator. Right, we see that discriminator key is literally feature type. Hold on. I'm going to commit what we got so far so I can undo it. Oh, so now we get even worse things. Okay, so I gotta use the restroom. I'll be right back. I'm gonna thaw the pork chop I'll be eating later. But yeah, something is up. And I don't know what yet. So yeah, discriminated unions. Not as easy in Python as they are in some other languages, which is tricky. But BRB, give me just a sec. And I'm back. Let's pour another beverage. So yeah, the way that we're doing our discriminated union is no good. I don't know what is no good about it. But we'll figure it out. We always do. Or usually do. Not always, always. And what's everyone up to? Anything fun? Let me get that out of the way. So what I think it's trying to tell me, we have this happen in 4 places so far. This bottom one is probably the easier one to understand. So no match for discriminator, feature type, and value, gradual, allowed values, oh. Yeah, it's handling the enum differently. So let me look at the enum value. Really? Okay, and in this replit, how would I actually, like, inspect what that is? I need to bring in enum, which is just import enum. So I'd print type around it. Oh, interesting. Oh. Okay. So then instead of that literal, would I actually want to define it? Or instead of literal feature type.toggle, would I want it to be feature type.toggle.value here? Let's try this. Here we don't define it that way. Ooh, this is wrong as well. So, glad we caught that. That's a different issue, though. But I don't think that would be the main issue. You still run into this problem, though. Yeah, that doesn't seem right at all. Ooh, is it an open issue? Yeah, it hates all that. Yeah, hold on. Let me check that, Steve-O. Oh, interesting. Wait, did I forget to change something back? So that does seem to solve it, at least a little bit. Guessing that gives us a similar error still. Alright, so let's get back to this part. Yeah, exactly. So instead, would I want this to be the underscored one? Like that? Okay, that seems all right. Yeah, I think the stir enum thing is it as well, which means we're gonna have to do that here and here. I think so, right? We're gonna find out. Yeah, and I guess I got the aliases backwards. This seems backwards to me, though. Like, massively backwards. Oh, did I? Yeah, I see it. No, this is good, Noyen. Yeah, this is the part where I'm massively misunderstanding something, I think. Which is why I have the commit, so I can just throw away everything we've just done. Yeah, all of our other tests are gonna fail. Yeah, and this is where these start yelling at us, because we would end up needing to do camel cased in our code. Oh, no, I actually just messed those up. Yeah, so that would be an easy fix. Let's keep going back up and see if the client stuff is still yelling. Yeah, now they're complaining about all this other stuff. So, now, I think we totally just messed that up. Let me undo what we got. Oh, really, Raimu? Interesting. Alright, so we're back to how we were. Oh, like in here, yeah, the red text is bold instead? That could be part of it. Alright, so all of our other tests still passing now. So our manifest is working, right? Because manifest group is separate. Feature type is missing in value, though. If we just go non-idiomatic and don't do the camel casing for our JSON, then we're good to go and it works. I'm pretty sure. Right, then they complain about needs a discriminator field for a feature type camel cased. But when we get back to here, yes, exactly, Martis. This is deserializing some JSON. In the JSON, we have discriminated unions for our various types. And it just kind of hates it. One easy fix would probably be that we just abandon the casing as we should. Another way might be to abandon enums and use magic strings. None of that seems good. And hey, what's up, Chrono? How you doing? What were you up to today? Ooh, you were starting a Databricks thing? Nice. Aw, no worries. Yeah, appreciate the raid. Who all's coming in on that raid? How y'all doing out there? Do you consider yourself a Python expert? Started the second part of Databricks' LLM course. Okay, cool. What's up, Yakko? How you doing? Yeah, the issue we have right now is that we have data that is in some JSON, and it was created by TypeScript. And the TypeScript allows us to do discriminated unions based upon a field within that, such as feature type. English only, please, Yakko. Right, so what that means is we have multiple different types of features, such as toggle, gradual, value, and selective. They have a field called feature type that determines what type of feature it is, right? That is a discriminator. It is a discriminated union when we do so. One issue seems to be that Pydantic isn't doing the aliases the same way I would expect, right? Like similar to the Go code. And yeah, there's just something I'm not getting about this. Oh, no worries. No, it's not TypeScript that's the issue. The TypeScript is fine. This is our Python code and the way the discriminated unions work within Pydantic. So yeah, TypeScript isn't even remotely related to the problem right here. The TypeScript is fine. It's Python trying to parse things into specific types that is our issue. Print what out, though, Lightspeed? Right? Use your words. Be specific. Print what out? What's up, Saltio? Yeah, it sounds like a major guess there, Lightspeed. You're kind of prone to these. Right? So much so that it seems like you're barely paying attention. So the big part is that when we do our parse raw, our raw flag group is a string. And it's not finding feature type as the discriminator. And the reason that is the raw data is going to have feature type without the underscore. It's going to be camel case. However, they make all sorts of complaints if we try and camel case this. So the discriminator does need to be the prop or the field on the Python class. And I feel like the fix that we could do would be to abandon the snake casing for whatever props we might be using for discriminators. And technically, we might have to do that just in general. But then it's not a Pythonic library. It's not idiomatic. But that would most likely be the fix, right? Change time type here to time type like that. We wouldn't need the whole field alias thing. And then in all of our code, we just reference camel-cased variables. Any Python users out there massively upset by the idea of doing that? And yeah, what's up, Joseph? How you doing? Yeah, exactly, no, Yan. Keep in mind that this would not be anything that a consumer would even know about. This is only something that someone modifying the Python library would see. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Omlin. Like, it's already being validated. We are doing discriminated unions through Pydantic. But I believe we're running into issues with our aliases. I do notice that, yeah, we're not doing the alias here, though. Maybe that's our biggest problem. That might be it. I think that might actually be related. I do notice that we were doing aliases elsewhere. I kind of figured that doing it here on the base would solve that, but maybe not. That might have been it. Yeah, we might have been missing that. Yeah, nope, never mind. No match for discriminator. Oh, but, hold on, we got rid of the stir changes here. That could actually be it now, too. Because we forgot about that. So, Joseph, what keyboard am I rocking right now? It's just a Magic Force 68. It's nothing special. The number one thing you need to figure out about a keyboard is what form factor you want. Do you want a split or do you want a regular one? Then you need to figure out what switches you want. And then you need to figure out what caps you want. And then beyond that, a keyboard's a keyboard. Right? So figure those three things out. And that's how you'll figure it out. So Martis, when you say simple JSON deserialization, discriminated unions are not simple. In most languages, they are not simple. In Rust, it is not simple. In Go, it is not simple. So discriminated unions are not simple JSON deserialization. Ooh, now I see this as a separate error, right? The value seed being missing. So that would be tricky. Why is that value missing? In fact, we can go find out, but I need to get an editor. All right, so shit, hold on. Nope, wrong one. Makes sense, Moon, but do you really think that's the fix? Yeah, custom deserialization methods. Like, this all seems way over the top for something that really should be supported. So hold on. One thing I do want to check, when we go look at a feature group, let's make sure we're in the right one. Here we are in gradual. When we see features here, we do not see seed. So that's a big part of it. So something about how we serialized features here is a problem. Right? And that's actually an issue with our server or our application. If we were to add seed, we'd be better off. So that's a flaw with the app. So that should at least decrease some of the issues we're having. Not all of them. Right? So now we're just back to the enumeration errors. Oh, but we see schedule type feature type. Did I not fix that? Yep. Okay. So that's actually the flaw. So we didn't have to change too much of that. That was it. Yeah. That was a bad type. Right? Copy and paste had gotten me there. So I was missing that. Right? This was feature type instead of schedule type. So everything else is actually fine. It was actually misleading because I was reading it wrong. All right, so we need the string things here, I'm pretty sure. We might not actually need those. We can test without them here in a bit. The rest is looking okay. The other value we changed here, right? We added the equals field alias stuff. So I think equals field alias was necessary there too. We're not positive no Yane because I could have been misleading myself still. Right? That could have been actually hinting at missing things. We could stash what we have, or we could remove the string stuff. Let's just do this real quick. Let's make sure that's even necessary. It is. Okay. So, the string thing is necessary. There you go. Yeah, so no worries, no Yane. And it's strictly for when we're deserializing very complex JSON. So Joseph, real quick. You'd love to try a split keyboard like a Kinesis or a Moonlander, just not sure how you'd like since you cheat sometimes and don't type correctly. Oh, I mean, Joseph, we've got a clip. We're going to watch this clip together. Now, I'm the worst person to take as, like, you know, typing advice from, because I don't type properly. But watch my hands. Watch it again. Watch my hands. Boom. You see that crossover? You see that crossover? That was a no-look crossover, too. Watch it again. Watch my hand, my right hand. All right, this is freestyle typing. That was a no-look crossover. All right, an ankle breaker. Well, and I get you, Martist. You'd expect it to be simple if you're using a library for it. Again, libraries can't solve every use case perfectly. When your data model is complex, you're going to deal with complex things to handle it. That's all there is to it. Like, you're not going to fix that. All right, so back to what we got. We got just one error, and that's me calling the method wrong now. Yep, and client.should is missing the group ID we need to test. All right, so group ID and feature key, testing working gradual. Did we name that differently? Testing working gradual. Okay, so now we are running into a totally different issue. All right, so hold on. The place that they failed out at previously, it's over in get feature, and I probably just want to log feature lookup table, except that's totally wrong. Yep, I messed that up. Totally messed that up. So yeah, the get feature function, we do group lookup table, then feature lookup table needs group ID, as well as environment lookup table, cool. So then is scheduled feature active? Ah, and we're doing positional arguments. We need to name those. Yeah. Special effects level, Michael Bay. Exactly, Johnny Snow rolling. Have I ever... Oh, you've never tried a split. Do I use it daily? No, the split that I have, the one that you saw in that clip is out of commission. I think I still have it, but I need to fix it. Both my splits, some stoner spilt a bunch of whiskey on it. So I gotta, rinse them off properly with distilled water and get them back up to snuff. If I catch that dude... What a jerk. Yeah, Johnny, the key thing to a split keyboard is maintaining neutral wrist position. If you type on your MacBook keyboard, you're actually most likely bending your wrist like that while you type, which is really actually bad for you. You want neutral wrist position, because it doesn't restrict blood flow in any way, doesn't cause your tendons and ligaments and blah, blah, blah. I think tendons, technically, to, like, rub over your bones or anything. So you want a neutral wrist position this way, right, like vertically. You want a neutral wrist position this way. And you also want neutral wrist position that way. And that is something that splits can give you. They give you neutral wrist position this way because the keyboard splits with you. And you can actually have them lifted up in the middle to get that neutral wrist position this way, which is called tenting. So, for the most part, yes, neutral wrist position is something split keyboards help you with. They don't help you adopt good typing habits. So even with the split keyboard, if you find yourself micro-adjusting at the wrist level to hit your backspace key or your enter key or any of those things that are just slightly out of normal range, even with a split keyboard, if you're doing that, you're messing up your wrist. Prime has a split keyboard. We still see him cradle his wrist from time to time, don't we? Right? Split keyboards won't protect you from bad typing habits. That's fine, Johnny. Yeah. The big important thing is the moment you start feeling pain, you're already too late. Preventative measures are the thing that are necessary. Now, I'm not saying too late like there's nothing you can do. You want to stop making it worse. But you've already done damage. It's just like vision, right? If you're not looking at something farther away every 20 minutes or so, right? By the moment your eyes are blurry, you've already done the damage. Oh, and Martis, thank you. Yeah, I like this music. It's nice and chill. You thought it was just a hype train going on? What, you mean like when Primogen's wrist hurts or whatever? Maybe. Ooh, so filter. I would say minimizing mouse grabbing is missing the point. You need to fix your typing habits first. Right? If you start micro adjusting, even with a really nice keyboard, it doesn't matter about using your mouse or not. So that's very important. I do recommend, hey, if you play a lot of video games and you use your mouse while you're gaming, then yes, using some other input device, especially one that promotes neutral wrist position during your day-to-day, would actually help too. So a vertical mouse, I believe that's something Lana Lux has started doing. If you're on a Mac, the Magic Trackpad is actually really good at maintaining neutral wrist position, right? When you're interacting with it, you're not encouraged to like rest your hand on the desk or anything. You're encouraged to just hover and use one finger. You can change the finger you use. Things like that, right? The gestures, the movement, like, dude, there's so much you gain from a trackpad versus a mouse, especially when it's different from what you use during your, you know, off work time. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff to focus on. Mouseless dev habits. It's worthwhile, sure. But if you don't fix your micro adjustment habit, you're actually going to be doing more harm with it. Right? Because you're actually repeating the bad like gestures and bad movements more because you're not moving from the keyboard. Oh, you would prefer like the old model with batteries? I have two. I have the one with batteries and I have the other one that's like lithium ion. They're both fine, honestly. I tend to keep the lithium ion one plugged in all the time. So the battery doesn't even matter. All right, so hold on. What was the part? Is scheduled feature active? Yeah. The part we care about that is inside of is scheduled feature active. Oh. And yeah, this is actually the wrong method anyway. Shit. So yeah, I see why that's a mistake. I'm referencing the same method. So this would be is schedule active. And this should actually just be is schedule active with now. Yeah, no worries, no Yane. Thank you for the help. Yeah, I'm glad we got there. Yeah, that thing you linked was really helpful. Thank you. Yeah, have a good night, man. Hey, client tests pass. No big deal. Oh man, and even our scheduler tests pass because it's enough time has passed and we're no longer dealing with our UTC issues. Yeah, damn right. Damn right. I like how PyTest even gives us a coverage value. That's kind of cool. Interesting, Johnny. Yeah, exactly, no Yane. So yeah, thank you for the help. Really appreciate it. We got there in the end. Half of it was problem existing between keyboard and chair. It was a userland error. Eh. This is a quote my parents taught me, right? The PEBCAC acronym. All right, so we got our tagged unions working. We don't have enough coverage. What do I need to do in my hasher function? How am I... Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe I need to do an int and a float? Or am I mistaken on what this is telling me? I guess here's a question. If I comment out this, do we see that number go lower? No. So really, it's just the percentage of tests that we've done so far. Okay, so that is not actually a code coverage value. How do we do code coverage with Python? Would I use a separate library? So we'll have to revert to an older version to support our 3.6. Oh, see, like, you don't think coverage.py is it? Or is this, like, the right thing to look at? I will have to, like, dial it back to another version. Which is fun. All right. So we'd have to roll it all the way back to 5.5. Interesting. So it looks like coverage.py is not actually like built on top of PyTest. PyTest cov is actually probably what we're looking for. Oh. Okay. Yeah, that seems actually pretty easy. How's everyone doing? I know I ask all the time, not enough people actually chimed in. What are y'all up to? Anything fun? Some of y'all, it's your Friday already. Any fun plans for your Friday? For everyone else, it's their Thursday still. What's your Friday looking like? Anything cool? Conceptualizing the Vexilla C client? Ooh, okay. So here's the thing, Lake. Let's double check with Bad Cop. And if we want to do it as a group, that's valuable too. What we got to think about is libraries, etc., for scheduling, things like that. How we would handle deserializing polymorphic data types using discriminated union type stuff. Even just drafting like a report of libraries and approaches for those things would be huge. That'd be awesome. But yeah, kind of skeptical against coverage after seeing some code bases where people just game that number. Yes, exactly. That's why I'm not too heavy on like a minimum coverage value. For a library, it makes sense. For applications, I don't think it does. But for libraries, test coverage is important. Seahawks touchdown? Nice. I don't think I have anybody on my team. Oh, I do have Metcalf. Is he in right now? Oh, maybe I don't have Metcalf. Oh, I do. Oh, and he's in right now. And he's got 18 points so far? Fuck yeah, Metcalf! Woo-wee! Is he the one that got the touchdown? It looks like he is the one that got the... there's a couple touchdowns. It's even now. It's a tie game. Ooh, fancy. Oh, you had a tooth pulled on Wednesday? Oh, that's rough. I'm sorry, Cinder. And Hydrax, no, he's just having fun. Inside of this Docker container, I do think it is Ubuntu, but I'm on Mac OS as, like, the host. He just didn't like the Ubuntu thing, right? Because Uwu speak is questionable. Yeah, what types of food are you thinking about there, Cinder? Right? Like, what even sounds appealing? And damn, DK Metcalf has only had 2 receptions, but he's gotten 107 yards from him and 1 touchdown out of it. Like, damn, DK. They got children, man. They're already dead. Be nice. Sous vide steak smoothie. Interesting. I was gonna say soups. Soft stuff for 72 hours. So yeah, some like chowders or something could be good. Right? Like a clam chowder. Oh, you like the pebcac joke? Yeah. Yeah, Cotter. Like, that's one of those references my parents told me about. So that's where I really benefit from having programmer parents. butterfly milk? What do you mean buttermilk? Just chugging straight buttermilk? I might have just thrown up in my mouth a little bit. I have some expired buttermilk in my fridge I need to dump at some point. Not looking forward to that. Oh, I have some OJ that has definitely gone bad. I don't know. I've never actually tried to drink straight buttermilk. I mean, if they got nipples, you can milk them. Buttermilk fried chicken. Yeah, it's a good one. You'll still probably want to throw some egg into the buttermilk. Just because it, like, you know, expands and crisps up just right. Another thing to do is maybe add some baking soda to the flour mix. And another big thing for fried chicken is get some rice flour and do like a 50-50 rice and wheat flour mix. The rice flour actually gets crispier, but it doesn't turn brown like you'd expect it to. So it doesn't look nice if you do like a pure rice flour mix. Yeah, Norris Lake. I made fried chicken just 2 days ago. I did the double dredge. It was a little too thick. I think single dredge with like half rice flour would have been better. Damn right. Yeah, I kind of want to do like a cookbook for devs kind of thing. I think that'd be cool. Ooh, your own fresh pico de gallo? Yeah, that sounds good. It involves like a bit of like vinegar, right? Yeah, what's your recipe for pico de gallo there, Lightspeed? All right, so they said for running PyTest, we would end up doing cov my proj. Okay. Yeah, so we're not getting all of our exceptions tested. Cooking for geeks. Sounds cool. And yeah, I would call that a meetup, not a conference. But yeah, I get it, Cotter. Half tomato, half onion, good amount of lime, cilantro, and salt. Pretty sure proper pico de gallo has vinegar. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just the lime juice. Yeah, I guess I've had that wrong for a long time. Okay. All right, so there is no vinegar. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay, so some recipes call for vinegar, some don't. Okay, so it's either lime juice or vinegar, right? Okay. Oh, so the vinegar might break things down a bit too much. Ah. Okay. I think that makes sense. Cool. Yeah, sounds good, Lightspeed. I'll have to try that at some point. All right. So yeah, looking at our coverage here. I'd be curious what we're not getting from scheduler, like fully tested. What branch of our scheduler is not getting covered? So where do we end up getting a report? Coverage data file. Ah, here we go. So the data file is erased at the beginning of testing. That would mean that we did generate a coverage file. Oh, God. Okay. Cool. Cool. Is there any way of generating that? Yeah, it looks like a SQLite file to me as well. Is there any way of turning that into an HTML page? Because that's actually what I'm used to. So maybe it's over on their docs. So it's possible to use normal coverage tools to examine it. When they say normal coverage tools, are they talking Istanbul, etc.? Yeah, I mean, from here to the right is basically the archive. So we could clean up 10 to 20 of them, right? From here over, that's our Python working session. The rest is part of the archive. Oh, so on read the docs instead of the one I found? Oh, interesting. Yeah, thanks, Steve-O. Now let's look at it. right? So we see this get generated. Oh, we could add the term missing. That would help too. I wouldn't mind seeing like a nice pretty result. Ah, looks like, we could do it to cov HTML by adding that. Okay. So then cov HTML is a folder in which we get an index.html. We would probably want to make sure that that is get ignored. It looks like it is already. Yeah, so normally, like, yep, this is exactly what I was thinking. So Istanbul is a JavaScript tool for doing the same thing. And basically, you can see, like, what your coverage is. Then you can click into the file, and it'll give you a report of what's kind of missing. So we have not tested a time type of none yet. And we have also not tested this part. And that return false... we could definitely get that branch covered pretty easily. We just want to return false if someone passes something different, but instead we might want to just throw instead. In which case we'd still want to make sure we hit that branch. Yeah, for a library, we want to make sure we have full test coverage. For an application, I don't think that's as important, right? For an application, your end-to-end test of the happy path, right? The thing that makes you money in your application, that is worth way more than 100% test coverage of unit tests. So, yeah, it depends on what you're building. That determines what your tests need to, like, focus on. 93%, though, is not bad. As far as exceptions go, yeah, we're not getting a lot of these. We'll probably never get the reduce function called. But we could. We could actually test that pretty easily. Yeah, so writing tests to cover the missing stuff in our exceptions here. We could do it just for the exceptions, or we could write client or, I think just client tests that would cover that part. Exactly, yeah, we could try just pickling it in a unit test. I'm glad you actually know why we did that reduce function. Nice, Justin. Because I don't think you were even here for, like, the reason why we ended up needing to implement this reduce function. Yes, this is exactly for pickling the value, which is basically serializing it in a way that maybe, like, logging would be able to use it. So yeah, man, you actually do write a lot of Python. This was brand new to me. I didn't know anything about pickling things. Some people think cucumbers taste better pickled. Client logic here. Let's look at some of this. Yeah, so lookup table errors we're missing. Multi-processing. Okay, so like stuff in parallel. That was like one of the things you were building, right? Okay. And pickling it is part of the process of like handing it to another process because you have to serialize to do that handoff, right? In many languages, you would call that message passing. And it's like the fundamental like bottleneck to why you wouldn't always want to create some native process for React Native to do some like heavy processing, because if the cost of serializing whatever you need to send over to the local like native process, right, Objective-C or Swift or whatever, if the cost of serializing that object eats up the performance you would gain by making it native code, it's actually a moot point and you probably shouldn't do it. So yeah, like understanding the cost of serializing your data is a very important thing to understand before you decide that throwing it to a new thread or a new process is going to be worthwhile. Technically, threads can share stuff in a lot of languages. Processes cannot. It is a little bit, Johnny. Yeah, telemetry would help a lot of dev tools companies, or even like just tools companies, recognize where something is going terribly wrong way easier. I spoke with someone who worked on the why am I spacing on the name of it now? Skype client. They worked on the Skype client, and they would have telemetry for maybe exceptions that get raised because you opt into that by default, but then telemetry for other things about how that exception got raised wouldn't be there, and they had to solve a bug that was very tricky to debug, and they had to just like use the force, which is gnarly. That was a really fun conversation. I haven't seen that dude in years. Since before COVID. Maybe one of these days he'll make it back to Seattle JS. But yeah, what I'm seeing is I would want to get some like lookup table errors to be called automatically to make sure that they're raised properly. We'd want to test some scheduled features, which we could definitely do by testing some other things. And I think we should do that. That's our next step. Yep, that's absolutely our next step. So, I actually need to look at the Go code again. And I don't want to dwell on this. But in anything you've seen me do today, do you think typing speed held me back? Exactly. That's what I think as well. Most of what we've done today has been thinking about and reasoning about the problems that we've encountered, not hacking out a bunch of new code. And in the case of hacking out new code, copy and paste and multi-cursor and a whole like auto-completion and a whole bunch of stuff have saved us the need of needing to type fast as well. Right? Typing fast is a thing that editor tooling should solve. Or better practices as a dev. You don't need to type every character. And in fact, I'd say you're a bad developer if you're typing every single character. Auto-completion is there for a reason. So yeah, some people might recognize the fact that I adamantly disagree with the Privagen about this. The fact that he's proud about triggering a bunch of people with his terrible comment yesterday is kind of gross. Is that really the legacy he wants to leave? How many people he triggered? I don't think so. I'd like to think he's a better person than that. Just some drama on Twitter. He's proud at the fact that he triggered a bunch of people. That's gross. The way he phrased it, I think, is the biggest problem. Right? There were people that responded to my comments saying they think it helps them to be able to type faster. But that's not the way Prime phrased it. The way Prime phrased it is he says it's an unacceptable skill issue. And yeah, I muted him because if he's going to be proud about triggering people, I don't want to see that content anymore. But here's the quote. There is no better way to trigger devs than to say that typing at 40 words per minute is unacceptable skill issues. That's the phrasing. Unacceptable. By who, man? It's just gross. If he wants to build his image based upon comments like that, that's gross. Like, really gross. It is needlessly inflammatory. Now, keep in mind, I consider him a friend. I really do. Which is why I think he deserves and needs people pushing back on some of his shittiest statements. Right? And we get all sorts of really cool people chiming in saying that they think it helps. That's cool. If you think it helps, no one can actually beat that because your brain is able to convince itself of all sorts of shit. But I think there's a big difference between saying it helps and saying it's an unacceptable skill issue. Right? They're not the same. The tone is different. His statement is needlessly inflammatory. Yeah, I don't like it. I consider him a good person, as far as him, not the character he plays on TV. The character he plays on TV makes some really shitty comments. I'd like to think so. I'd like to separate the art from the artist. I fucking hate the art. I like the artist. That's usually the opposite, right? Normally, people hate the artist, but the art is acceptable. It's funny that he's actually flipped that one. I can enjoy the IT crowd and recognize that Graham Linehan fucking sucks. Maybe, Johnny. I know for a fact I type slow as fuck. Because I don't give a shit. There are people in the comments saying like, well, hey, you know, what about writing like emails and documentation? You know what you can use to actually fix that? Dictation. The way every CEO has done it for the past 50 years. Dictation. The way Prime writes most of his tweets. Dictation. Typing speed doesn't fucking matter if a robot can turn your words into text. I can talk way faster than I can type. Exactly, Sarzaris. I think that's the big point I was trying to make. We spend more of our time thinking about and reasoning about code than we do actually writing code. Right? The majority of our time isn't even writing new code, it's modifying existing code. Right? Like, holy shit, who here greenfields everything all day long? Nobody. Doesn't exist. Yeah, exactly Lightspeed. 4 hours of furious typing for about 30 lines of a final script. Do we think he needed to iterate that fast? Or did he start turning his brain off while he was typing, and then he goes back to think about the thing and realize what he typed was meaningless? Right? Measure twice, cut once. I'm a huge fan of DM Mulroy. I watch him misspell shit all the time. If he just took the time to type it properly in the first place, would his typing speed even matter? No, because he wouldn't be going back and changing the shit that he mistyped. Now, granted, his process is hacking a bunch of shit out really quick. Cool. If he just took the time to slow down, he wouldn't need to modify. I do think that's a big thing. Sarsarus, if I'm typing git commands, ooh, I type real fast. Right? I can type git push origin master without even thinking about it or looking at my hands while I type. I normally look at my hands while I type. I can type certain commands really fast because muscle memory is important. Muscle memory is how I know how to do every trick I can do on a snowboard. It's how I can still go up and ride fun boxes and rails and still do a bunch of tricks that I haven't done for years. Muscle memory. So again, like, the entire industry around dev tooling is there to prevent us from having to type too much. No, I get it, Martis. I just don't like it. Right? I don't like the let's trigger some people for the sake of it, right? It's just a prank, bro, is the mentality for it. And the fact that I consider myself a Primogen fan. I've been a Primogen fan since fucking Falcor, you know? Before I even knew who he was. It upsets me that someone I look up to makes some really shitty comments sometimes. He just put out that post about how he's expecting the bottom to fall out. And you get a bunch of people in his comments saying, it's because he's a really nice dude, it's definitely not going to fall out. And then he goes and pulls some shit like that. So I think that's the part I am just bummed about, man. Like, I don't know. When you look up to somebody and they pull some bullshit, you're going to take it more seriously than most. Sorry, we just went through it, CAG Coder. YouTube has the VOD. You can go check the VOD over on YouTube. We just went over it in the past 5 minutes or so. I'll give you the link over to YouTube. It's not even the fact that he did trigger people. It's more that he took glee in triggering people. That's so fucking gross. He was proud of it. That's so fucking gross. But he is further exemplifying that content creators typically don't have a conscience. I'd like to change that, but I'm barely a creator at this point. I'm just a streamer who's taking way too long to publish stuff on YouTube. I know. That, again, is so gross. Anything for views? Ugh. Ugh. Content creator with a conscience. Pretty rare. Nah, sorry, Jojo. We don't typically do, like help streams. We do have a Discord channel you're welcome to join. Conscientious content creator, right? The triple C, the C3, if you will. Incoming C3 stack. Yeah, exactly, Lake, for sure. Conscientious conscience creator. I would say he's a conscience creator, but not conscientious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have worked hard to make sure that Reddit pulls up the ladder behind him for OpenAI stuff. He wouldn't have worked so hard to make sure that Twitter pulls up the ladder behind him of stuff that he already scraped. So I would say no, he is not conscientious. He is self-serving. Whether you consider that good or bad, that's up to you. But he is pretty much self-serving. That's the only way I can describe it. For the most part, a lot of CEOs are. That's how they become successful. No, I know. I get it, Mr. Steezy McSteez. That's also a subject that I've thought long and hard about. With the initials of CC? Ooh. What's the name of the CEO for, Oh, shit, I forget the name of the AI company OpenAI was trying to partner with. They start with an A, right? Anthropic. Yeah. But what's their CEO's name? I think that's the important part there, Mr. Steezy McSteez. If their initials are CC, then you're good to go. Bam, bam, boom. Science. Damn it, not CC? All right. Lame. All right, so real quick. Coding and Gaming with Adam. How you doing? What is the name of the chat thing? You mean like if you wanted to do like streaming and like to have a chat overlay? That is Stream Parrot. So Lake, that's the big thing. OpenAI has OpenAI itself, which is the nonprofit, but they have a business that they operate that is for profit, right? And that would be like the ChatGPT stuff. So there's actually, I think that's a big part of why there were issues. The OpenAI board previously was beholden to their charter, not investors. Now that the board has completely changed, they're most likely beholden to investors, which is actually not how a nonprofit should operate. Damn, James! Mr. Sir? How you doing, dude? Man, I miss your streams. I was about to shout you out and everything. Doing well. Yeah, just chilling. Wait, is Worm around? Can we game? Ah, okay. He's working tonight. I assume so. Alright, alright. I could get some Vampire Survivors going here soon. I could download it. It's cheap, right? I could get it. Oh yeah, so Mr. Steezy McSteez, I believe Straggers should be back soon. Oh, I wouldn't mind just buying it. Yeah, I'm fine with that, James. Totally fine. Yeah, we don't want to like dig too deep into why. I believe if you go to Stragger's Twitter, he posted an explanation. Yeah, no worries, coding and gaming. Yeah, appreciate you. Yeah, Steam does support remote play. Oh, so that's how, like, the local co-op would work. Okay. Yeah, that was a way to do, like, multiplayer with, puck to puck or whatever. I forget what they call it. Tape to tape, that's it. Which is a hockey game. Yeah, that's how me and Atoda were playing that for a while. They have proper multiplayer now. Yeah, that one would be fun, too. I have that. We could always remote play that one. Yeah, tape to tape is really good. If you enjoy hockey games. If you're not a fan of hockey games, then meh. Like, ever? Like, never played a hockey game? Not even, like, Super Nintendo? Like, NHL Live or whatever they called it? Interesting. Oh, shit, man. Yeah, I think you'd enjoy it. I mean, I get it, but Super Nintendo's Super Nintendo, man. Yes, I am the Sriracha hoodie today. How's it going, Lady Blue Notes? You didn't, like, understand hockey, or you just had never even, like, seen it? How am I doing? Just chilling. We've got a pretty solid bit of our Python code tested and working now. Just never seen it, really. Yeah, that makes sense, James. Yeah, we got just a little bit we need to do for the Python code. I want to get our test coverage up, right? And really, I want to start doing this for other things too, right? Reporting and measuring our test coverage to brag about it via badges. How's the OCaml coming? The OCaml, I think we have some like serialization bugs as far as like how we got to things last Tuesday. I believe Dylan has a good idea of what needs to change. I believe I already know what the problem is because I think we forgot to send through a value, right? Like we're missing the seed inside of our group.features like map, when technically the features that we're reading and caring about are within the environments. We just use group.features to do some of our like metadata gathering. So yeah, I think that's actually the exact flaw, and I just need to update the test server to solve that, and then update the application to make sure that we're sending those values through properly. So I need better tests for my application. Yeah, there's always something. Exactly. And I'm still editing that video. Yeah, you know the one I said I'd like have done within a day or two? Editing takes longer than I expected, and I had to re-record like a session. Or it had to add like a new section. So I'm still finishing that video. Exactly. Yeah. I also just haven't been waking up early enough to do the editing. So I've had to do it over on like gaming streams. With the whiskey in me to where like I totally lose steam on video editing with whiskey in me. Yeah, don't edit video with whiskey in you. It just doesn't work. I'm gonna say that right now. No, I get it, Lady Blue Notes. Like, I really like writing code. That part doesn't even burn me out at all. Like, none whatsoever. I really like that part. I know, exactly. Whew. Oh, that could have been bad. Are we gonna do some group gaming at some point? Ooh, and shit, Robotichead wanted to do tomorrow night for some stuff. Wait, what about Lethal Weapon? Is there a Lethal Weapon game? Wait, what? I'm so confused. Lethal Company? What is Lethal Company? Okay. Yeah, I could look that up. Is that a game? Oh, it's like a horror game? Is it multiplayer at least? If it's multiplayer, we can do it. Oh, shit. I saw a clip where someone's secret weapon was the ladder. I definitely saw that clip. Have you seen my secret weapon? Bonk. Yeah, exactly. Oh god, I just saw a giant spider. If we're playing as a group, I can do it. I wouldn't want to play it solo. I really, really would not want to play it solo. I like to refrain from buying early access games, but if it's a single developer, like a solo dude, absolutely. I just don't do early access for, like, company-based games. So yeah, I could buy this. Yeah, if you guys want to do a group play, I'm down. Yeah, totally. I'm into that. Yeah, that'd be good. Oh, James, you've checked it out too. All right. Yeah, I'll make sure to hit you up. You don't have it yet, but you've seen gameplay? Yeah, I mean, if Lady Blue Notes is in, I'm in. You could be in. If we can get Nate Codes, Zayu, or other people as well, I think that'd be a good session. That'd be solid. Zayu's down too? Yeah, I think it'd be a cool group. I'd be into that. Real quick, let me shout out some follows. And again, James, thank you so much. 41 months is a long time, man. Thank you. SL Technology, I missed. Mr. Nothing, I also missed. Aradiz. Is that a D's nuts joke? Like waiting? Keg Coder and Juliana. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate you. Thank you. And what's up, Ripsnake? Yeah, thank you for the lurk over on the YouTube. That's awesome of you. Yeah. I'm doing great. I think everyone in chat's doing great, too. We're hanging out, you know, having a good old day. I will say, yes, you're right, Lady Blue Notes. Horror games aren't for me. Only time you'll actually catch me playing the new Alan Wake is if you're around and you say you want to watch it. I'm probably not going to play that on my own time. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, the Alan Wake game, I'll only play if there are people around that want to watch it. I bet it's been real fun to watch, especially my comments about peeing a little bit. It has a lot of jump scares. Jump scares are actually what get me, Mesmero. Jump scares are the #1 thing that makes me question if I need to change underwear. Depend sponsorship incoming. Heyo. Yeah, thank you, Ripsnake. I appreciate that. See, I don't mind gore. Gore's so fake. Like, it's so easy. Like, it's just, man, right? No, the jump scares are what get me. Maybe it's because I saw the movie The Thing way too young. The gore in The Thing is meh. Yeah, dude's, like, stomach turns into a bunch of teeth and eats the dude's arms. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. I've seen worse. I'm really happy with the progress we made today. It might seem like I'm moving slowly now because we've already gotten to a point where I'm extremely proud of our progress. We got there, man. Biggest thing to do is to increase our coverage a bit. I don't need to get to 100% for everything, but I'd like to increase a little bit of it. I think our unit test should probably try and raise up as many exceptions as we can. And then If there's an exception we haven't gotten to, I'd like to maybe just implement like a pickle test for it, and then we're good there. So yeah, after getting coverage up and solving some more testing, the last thing we got to do for the Python stuff is to implement the CLI tool to generate types for consumers of this thing. And we can do it, man. We got this. Right? Generating the types. That'll be, I think, one of the parts that Dylan Mulroy is really stoked on too when we do the OCaml stuff. Now, it's a bunch of TypeScript to do it, but it still requires that we expose types in the specific language that we're outputting for. So creating enums on the fly using string templating, that's kind of fun, isn't it? I think it's kind of cool. But yeah, I pretty much want to say we'll be done. And done with the Python SDK tomorrow, right? For sure. Yeah, Martis. I think jump scares, the biggest way they get me is the audio. I have a hard time picking out, like, voices when there's a lot of other noise around. My ears just try and focus on too much. Like, maybe that's an ADD thing. I don't know. I think I've heard people say that's like an indicator of ADD if you have a hard time, like, separating noises. But I believe that same mechanism causes jump scares to get me extra. I'm not sure. I don't know. But yes, I do have a really hard time picking out someone's voice in a large crowd. But I have pretty damn good hearing for, like, low volume things, right? It's more like when there's a giant jumble, I have a hard time, like, separating things. Oh, I'm not tired at all. Yeah, I'm chilling. I slept way too much last night. So yeah. The biggest thing we did today was continue implementing our testing for the client. We did some scheduling testing as well. In that testing, we ended up uncovering, so, you know, with the scheduler, we were good. Our tests passed, and, you know, we had 93% coverage of our scheduler from the get-go. As far as our client testing goes, it ended up helping us realize that we had bugs with how we were deserializing things. And the deserialization issues were actually mostly down to some pydantic bugs. And not necessarily bugs, but things that aren't documented well. And all that ended up meaning is in our types, for our enums, we needed to implement this string comma as part of the things that our enums inherit from, rather than just being enum.enum. If we did just enum.enum, it wouldn't find our value properly when we started doing comparisons, which was weird. But, yep, someone found an issue for that. I believe that was Tomed. We fixed it, we got it working, and bim bam boom, we're past it. So what's next after Python is done? No, like, as far as SDKs are concerned, we absolutely need a JVM environment SDK. I believe Kotlin would solve most JVM environments, technically, for organizations that have restrictions on what they can import into Scala environments. If Kotlin's not okay, well, yeah, we're not going to build a Scala first-party client for them, but we could always establish a services wing of the company to help them write it internally. Things like that. But yes, I think we do need to solve the JVM stuff in the most minimal way possible using whatever is most cross-compatible. I think if we write it in Kotlin, that would solve most JVM problems. And then as far as like iOS is concerned, I think we could use Swift and call it good too, but I'm not positive on that one. So as far as SDKs are concerned, we definitely want to do some other SDKs. Someone wants to do a C SDK or possibly some other things. No, I don't do Advent of Code. I consider Advent of Code basically leak code, but more effort and less fun somehow. I don't enjoy Advent of Code whatsoever. No offense to people that do. It's just, it's really not for me. It's holiday-themed leak code. Yeah, I find that less useful than actual leak code. I don't need to use Advent of Code as an excuse to learn a new language. I got Vexilla for that. I got all sorts of things I want to build for that, you know? I don't need an excuse to learn a new language. I got tools that need to do so anyway. What was the reason for creating Vexilla in the first place? I can't afford Launch Darkly. And as far as I knew, Posthog and Growthbook didn't exist at the time of creation. They probably did, but they weren't well known enough. Nowadays, would I probably just use Growthbook? Maybe. But there's still features Growthbook has that you need to pay for, such as scheduling, that I can actually solve at zero cost, right? It's just a static file living somewhere. So I think no matter what, like, I'm solving a niche that Growthbook and Hypertune and Launch Darkly and every other provider just don't solve. I think if you were to take all these other tools and overlap them, you would solve what Vexilla is doing, but that's impossible. So instead, Vexilla can be that one little bit of overlap between all the things they try and cover that none of them all cover. I think we can solve most of that ourselves. And if we get enough adoption, there's two, like, exit paths. One is we build out an A/B testing platform, similar to how Growthbook and Posthog are monetizing themselves. Or we just get bought by a bigger incumbent provider that knows that we could just be a funnel towards their platform with the right, like, stuff in our documentation. So, yeah, I think the most realistic exit for Vexilla is getting acquired. And it'd actually be cheap compared to, like, a company building it out themselves. If a company like Launch Darkly wanted to satisfy all of the SDKs we do, and also do it in a static file-based way, and also be Git native, it would easily cost them $3+ million as far as dev time, product management time, etc. It would easily be like a $3 million project in their books, written off. Now, if they don't have any stuff to build, then it's, you know, they might as well build it anyway because they're not using those devs. I think we all know that large companies would rather just lay off those devs if they're not being utilized. So no matter what, if we are eating into the bottom line of the larger incumbent providers, it's worth acquiring Vexilla. I don't know for sure. But yeah, at this point, $2 or $3 mil, yep, I'd cash out right now. I think instead I need to establish a good services company around Vexilla and do some of that. Yeah, I believe that's the case. Like, most companies like that have enough features and other things to do that they don't have all this other stuff anyway. Yeah, oh, being Git native would be massive. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of stuff we're doing that, you know, as a feature, they could do. But as a funnel, we could be even better. Right? If we get acquired, our services company would most likely end up pushing clients onto Enterprise Launch Darkly. Would I be happy about that? No, I'd probably want someone else to handle that push, you know? But I think as a growing expert in the field of feature flagging, which I think I'm kind of doing by building this out and proving out these ideas, etc., I think there's a lot of value there. So yeah, we'll see. I don't fucking know. I can be totally wrong about all this. You know, whatever. I still think it's a valuable project that I made for my own purposes that I think other people would benefit from using. And that's like the beauty of open source, isn't it? To build something you needed that other people might be able to use. That's the dream. That's the dream. And I consider it like pretty good and fun content. Damn, Filter. Yeah, that sounds awesome. I get to practice many different languages. I also give myself experience towards building SDKs, and there are multiple companies I want to work for where building SDKs is a big part of it, right? Like, there's 3 companies I can think of right now that I applied to where SDKs and broad support are a major, like, thing they need to do. So I'm really hoping to hear back from these companies at some point. Nah, Radix already said no. I get it. Hiring's tough. I think they missed out. I think they really missed out. But, again, hiring is tough. I get it. I think they make an amazing product. I've heard so many, like, awesome, like, just so much awesome praise for how cool Radix UI is. It would have been amazing to work on that. Yeah, getting hired is tough. Yep. I get it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've used tools that build on top of it. I don't think I've used Radix directly myself. Yeah, I can't believe I missed out on Blue Beanie Day. I messed up. I didn't know. Someone should have told me ahead of time. Wait, Gosh darn it, what? Now, it's fine. Like, yeah, I get it. It is what it is. No big deal. We're out here hanging out. We're chilling. Oh, to miss out on Blue Beanie Day? I mean, if we use color theory, there's blue and green. It's just blue and yellow. It's just blue and yellow. All right, so, yeah. Am I actually going to get any of this code done? Probably not. But someone tagged me earlier. Let me go find that tweet so I can show y'all. Should we record a quick section about it? Hold on. Yeah, so this tweet. I really appreciate Denny. Denny is super cool. We've seen him hang out before. Super cool, dude. Yeah, I really appreciate him shouting me out. Now, he shouted out a lot of people, and when I look at this list, holy shit, dude. A lot of really good creators. But, should we do a video pitch about this stuff? Yeah, I think so too. All right, so yeah, we'll use this scene to start out, right? I'll be chatting, saying stuff to the screen. Oh, and yeah, sorry there. Yeah, my bad, Martis. Good call, thank you. I need to remember to do that. Yeah, that's the tweet from Denny Tech. Denny is awesome. I've met him through Twitter, like, spaces. Super cool, dude. Fun to chat with. Right? So what we'll do is, let's, like, think about the outline of this, like, clip that I would record and upload. I would end up saying, like, hey, who I am, I'm CM Griffin. I stream way too much on Twitch about, like, I stream coding on Twitch, blah, blah, blah. And even things like this transition have been coding using a Stream Deck and some of the code that I've written around building Stream Deck-based tools. And then I'd go in and talk about, I think, some things that I haven't touched in a while, but still worthwhile, is, let me go look at my GitHub so I can find these links ahead of time. And damn, 140 repos, and that doesn't even include stuff I have in organizations. So, Stream Deck. Right? I have built out React Stream Deck, so you can use React components to build UIs for Stream Deck stuff. Right? For your own plugins and transitions. I have also created Create Stream Deck plugin, which I haven't touched in a while either. Right? And I've built out some plugins for a hold to toggle for OBS filters, which allows me to change voice, which I probably need to wire up. So before I do that, I'd need to wire that one up. And then the singer scene transition is what you just saw as I changed scenes, right? Oh, and yeah, there's the switch. So yeah, I mean, Stream Deck, not Steam Deck. They are very separate things. Luckily, I didn't make that typo anywhere. But yes, it's a tricky thing. But yeah, I think recording a video about stuff I've done with the Stream Deck and how I'd like to make more content based upon Elgato products, like their teleprompter, that'd be awesome, wouldn't it? That'd be really cool. So if I could get a free teleprompter out of this, that'd be really cool. Steve Verser, thank you for the follow, welcome. And Hercules Saves. Wait, Hercules? I like that name, that's solid. Am I pronouncing it right, or is it more like from Nutty Professor when they're like, Hercules, Hercules? It's actually Hercules, but yeah, right? Should I be pronouncing it Hercules instead of Hercules? What do you think? Let me know, Kirk. But yeah, how you doing, Steve? Yeah, what you up to? I just blew someone's mind with that Nutty Professor reference, didn't I? Didn't I? If you haven't seen the movie in a while, yeah, that's Dave Chappelle that actually plays the stand-up comedian with the weird hat on. Yep. And I haven't seen that movie in 20 years. I still remember. But yeah, so we need to set up some of this. All right, here we go. How do I install Stream Deck hold to toggle ABS or OBS filters? Shit, yeah, I forked most of this from some other thing. Yikes. That's probably not good. Oh, yeah, most of this is actually forked from just like a Create React app or something. Fuck. I might not be able to record this immediately. Hold on, let me go look at this dude's comments. These will be reviewed mid next week. So we don't have to solve this right now. Let me go look at my Stream Deck software, actually. Yeah, I think hold to activate is not installed. Do we have a thing we could just copy? It's not in releases. Ooh, we do see release right here. Ooh, okay. No. Let me see if I can do that. Install plugin Stream Deck. Yeah, this might actually be easy. Shit. Oh, shit. What version? What version am I on? 6.3. Okay. So we're less than the 6.4. We create an account. Marketplace, blah, blah, blah. No, I don't want to search for it. I definitely need to update my software. Hey, G, who is? Aw, man. Yeah, how you doing? Hold on. We've been over this, right? We met at TwitchCon, right? You were the guy with the man bun? Am I remembering that correctly? Okay, cool, cool, cool. I just want to make sure. I'm sorry, just double checking. It's always hard to remember people's, like, actual names and equate it with, like, a real name. I'm pretty sure I was calling you by your real name when we chatted, if I even did so. So, yeah, like, the Twitch name's tougher. So, I'm glad I got there. With as much whiskey and weed as I consume, the fact that I remembered any of that, I think I'm a superhero. I just have a really mundane power. But yeah, good to have you, man. Thank you for the sub. At drinking/food situations, that's no excuse. That actually means I should remember you more. But I don't think I was calling you by your Twitch name, and that's why it's not, like, clicking as much. So, it'll be there. I think this is the last thing I needed to solidify it forever. So yeah, thank you for that sub, man. But yeah, I'm sorry you've been swamped with work. Hopefully it gets chiller, right? End of year stuff can get a little tricky. Exactly. Yeah, for sure, right? I would not have been calling you by your Twitch name. I just wouldn't do that. I definitely forgot the real name too. So that's my fault. But I do remember the face, the way you described yourself with the man bun, which I didn't actually equate to a man bun at first, right? So that took me a bit. It was more like a ponytail, in my opinion. Right? But no, I get you. Totally get it. So yeah. Thank you for helping me remember more. Are you already looking forward to next year's TwitchCon? I am. For sure. Yeah, I think it's interesting. I'm not sure where they're going to have it. They've already said they're not going to do Vegas again. I've heard, like, people speculate on New York, which I think would be valid. I think there's enough, like, hotels and places for people that New York would be totally valid. And for a West Coaster like me, it means that I get to stay up and party even later. That sounds great, doesn't it? Right? That's when time zones work out great. New York is fairly expensive to a degree. I spent the same on my hotel room for New York as I did in Vegas. Yeah, like I'm not even kidding. Right? It's like a good $200 to $300 a night no matter where you go. Vegas was nice because I got to get like the casinos to cover my flight. Yeah, anywhere between $200 and $300 a night is like negligible, right? You could have gotten $200 dollar rooms in Vegas. You could have gotten $300 rooms in Vegas. You could have spent more. You could definitely get a $200 room in New York too. Granted, if you want to be in a certain place, you're probably going to pay a premium. You booked super early. Yeah, that probably helped too. I think I booked like a month before TwitchCon. But I was also at the Flamingo, which is right there on the strip. If I'd picked something else and been willing to like trek in, probably would have been fine too. Lightspeed. Vegas has deals. You've heard people getting a $300 room for 20? Or do you mean 200? For 20? You better be like a high roller with a bunch of like Marriott bucks or whatever, or like Bellagio bucks or whatever they call it. You better be someone who spends like a grand gambling. No, I get that, Lightspeed. I didn't see any of that. For the most part in Vegas, you can get your flight covered. If you're flying from Seattle to Vegas, yeah, if you book your entire thing through the casino that you're going to be staying at, your flight's basically free. But that's like $300 you're saving. Yeah. That's a big thing for sure. If you book through the hotel you're going to stay at, you can basically get your flight for free. Wait, are you in the Seattle area? So am I, man. Oh, shit. Do you ever go to Seattle JS? I think they got a meetup in like 2 weeks. I'm not sure if there's like talks or if it's just a hangout. But yeah, just throwing it out there. It's super fun. Really good crowd. You'll even maybe see Aiden Bai from like Million JS. He's in like he's at UW. He's in the Seattle area now. Yeah, Seattle JS. It's a really good meetup. I'd say check it out. It's like seattlejs.org. Oh, .com. My bad. You mean Amazon? Or do you mean like the other small bookstore like Thrift Books? Because Thrift Books is really good too. They're cool. There we go. Yeah. No doxing. Yeah, no dox. I have no idea what you're talking about. No big deal. Yeah. The small bookstore. Totally not that one. Not the one you're thinking of. Ever. Montero, 1998. Welcome. But yeah, it's usually a good thing. They even have stuff happen at Amazon every once in a while. I think the next event is most likely... the next event is the Seattle Holiday Party. So there's no talks at the next one. It's just like a hangout session on December 13th. Yeah, that'll be great. It'll be at the Collective. $5 or $10. I'd say buy ahead of time. It's just $5. And yeah, it's super fun. Like, it's a really good crowd. Yeah, and the Collective is right there, like downtown Seattle. It's like South Lake Union type area. Like, pretty much on the corner of like Westlake and Republican. I think that's it. If not, it's like a block away from that. Is it? Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I have friends who work at Google who tend to work out of like the Google South Lake Union office. Because they're like winding down at the Fremont office. Exactly. Yeah, super close. Yeah, we'll see about playing the vampire game. I'm not trying to rush it, you know. I'm enjoying a day. And I know it's getting late for James, so I might not make it. As far as dinner for what I got a seasoned, like, frozen pork chop that is most likely fully thawed by now, and I just gotta cook it. So it'll go on, like, the, right, like the cast iron with, like, the ridges, so I can, like, get the pan sear just right. And I'll probably do some, I got some, like, frozen, like, French fries, because I'm, like, lazy. But, like, all of my fresh potatoes are either used or have gone bad, because I got them before I went to New York. I do need to go get a fresh batch of taters and onions and summer sausage and some other stuff. Either tomorrow or Saturday is probably, like, grocery day. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'll be there, absolutely. Yeah, I missed last month, so like I'm like really looking forward to going and hanging out again. So yeah, stoked, man. Yeah, get to see you again. Awesome. Again, anyone else in the Seattle area, it's a really good time. Like, it's a really good time. All right, so real quick, let me see if we can set this up. Which Ian? Shit. Hold up. Yeah, which Ian? How am I mixing that one up? Oh, yeah, Ian Douglas. I don't know why. Yeah, 736, right? Yeah. No, he's great. I don't know why I didn't equate, like, I rarely call him Ian. He's always Ian Douglas. Okay, yeah, my bad. Shit. Yeah, awesome. Yeah. Oh, man. Next time I see him in gaming stream, I'll have to remind him that he needs to hit me up when he comes to Seattle. Yeah, he's a really good dude. Yeah, I feel bad about that now. Now, granted, like, if you had said Chris to some random person, they'd be like, well, which Chris? Right? So, you know, it's not that big a deal. Yeah, exactly. So, You know, I wouldn't feel bad if you had to specify, like, which Chris, etc. All right, let's try and get this repo downloaded. That's the link. Let me try and download this elsewhere. Yep, so nope, not that. Oh shit, no, it's not create Stream Deck plugin. Shit, that's the wrong repo. My bad, my bad. Nope, I wanted, not React Stream Deck. I wanted Stream Deck hold to toggle OBS filters. That's the one I need. And yeah, I haven't modified it in 3 years, so that's why, like, the main branch is still called what it is. But yeah, let me grab that. Let me see if this still works even. Fingers crossed. I need to establish a proper release process for it, but yeah, let's just try and download it. Yeah, download zip. No, I get it. So everything from here to the right, from there over, that's like, those are the working tabs. Everything from there to the left is the archive. If I were to put them in folders or bookmarks, they're gone forever. Right? Out of sight, out of mind. Instead, no. My archive needs to be persistent. Now, we could go through the archive at some point. If someone wants to waste some channel points on it, I could create a look through the tab archive and see what we can close as like a, you know, like a channel point reward. Well, we're not past 150, so we don't got to think about that. We're good. I'm pretty sure. I used to have an extension and a bot to actually count how many we have. I need to recreate that. We'll do that one of these days. Yeah, I used to have a bot for counting it. It was actually called Tab Antics. You could shuffle my tabs. You could close a random one. You could actually make all of my tabs open as individual windows that ended up looking a bit like when you won Solitaire. Right? Just the cascading. It was beautiful, actually. My Mac Mini might have cried a bit when it happened, but, you know, that's fine. Yeah, I could re-implement everything we did for that. It's really not that big a deal. We could remake that probably in like a couple days. Yeah, I don't think we're above 100 when you look from like where my cursor is to the left. I don't think we're above 100 yet. I want to guess like 70, maybe 80. All right, so I just downloaded that. Where'd it go? Oh, and sorry, CAD Coder. 1 second. Nah, you got this. You can totally like say that stuff again in the future. You're not gonna get hit by the tab spot. Just please don't abuse that privilege. All right, now I gotta figure out where to paste this Stream Deck plugin. You end up having to scroll? Yeah, so Chrome only shows so many as well, and then they just end up getting hidden to the right. So at some point, you can't even get to your newest tab because it's hidden. So I think they both do it in their own special way. It is still valuable. Wait, G who is J, have you not hit that before? Yeah, Chrome will absolutely start hiding tabs. We hit that earlier today. We saw that happen today. So yes, maybe I have a few too many tabs open. Meh. You only use Firefox? That is hugely admirable. Yeah, I like that. Technically, if you want to build compatible websites, use Firefox. If it works in Firefox, it'll work anywhere. Because Firefox is one of the most strictly adhering to the specifications, whereas Chrome tends to implement stuff willy-nilly as they see fit. So if you want to make sure something works everywhere, using Firefox as your dev browser is actually the way to go. He said doo-doo. Sorry, bad joke. That was a terrible joke. I'm sorry. I'm older than 12, I swear. My hairline will prove it. Hold on, I gotta look up or figure out where Stream Deck plugins go. Ooh, I think I just remembered. Oh shit. We actually have it in there. Oh, shit. Oh, I think we're good. Oh, shit. Hold up. Deep. Oh, so no, this might not be working right. Oh. Please select a plugin. So there's like a VST I'd need to install. All right, so hold up. Right now, you're probably not hearing too much. Now, do you hear like a weird, crazy echo and reverb? Did that change anything? Okay, cool. And now it's off again, yeah? Okay. It looks like I have a bug to fix for my Stream Deck plugin. That bums me out a little. They're going to do it mid next week, so we can make Monday be the day that we actually fix this stuff and I record a video for it. Yeah, we'll do that. I think it's fine. So we can wait. We can wait. They kind of are, Martis. Certain people are allowed to do it. You're right. We are inconsistently enforcing the tab stuff. That's my fault. That's my bad. But okay, so as far as what we need to do for tomorrow, I would like to increase our coverage and create the CLI tool to generate types from our feature flag files. So we'll do a couple things to like increase our coverage here in the client, in the exceptions, possibly even the scheduler. That'll be pretty quick. And then the last half of tomorrow will be implementing our CLI tool for these things. And if you haven't seen what that CLI tool needs to do, it basically exists to do a bunch of like magic for us. So when we look at the CLI tool, we can look at our transform function, right? We simply take in a language name via CLI tool. We parse our group into some logic that we can then output into a template that we've built for various languages. When we look at those templates, let's go to the top. Here's what our template for JavaScript looks like, in which we end up creating a constant with a name, ID, and then environments and things that map a name or ID value into an ID so that you can use that ID in your code and not have to memorize like weird, like basically randomly generated strings, right? We support that for Rust, right? We create our enums based upon environments, etc., right? Bam, bam, boom. We create modules to group some of these things, right? Naming convention wise. And we do all that for every language we support. So Go, Rust, Elixir, C#, right? PHP. We need to create the one for Python now that would actually create enums that a Python developer could use instead of having to use magic strings. I think that tool is massively useful, and we need to make that happen. Yeah, exactly, Martis. Like, people tend to get clapped. People who've been here previously, and it's not their first statement talking about tabs, there is less clapping going on, but it's still, like, normally a boring conversation. I think we can all agree that talking about the amount of tabs is kind of a boring conversation. When I got enough whiskey in me, I might entertain it. But yeah, our goal for tomorrow is to increase our test coverage and implement our template and CLI tool for generating enums that a Python developer would be able to use. So that's our main goal for tomorrow. I should probably hop over to gaming stream, cook some food, and play some games. If y'all are not aware, yes, I have a gaming stream. Sometimes I just end up doing a bunch of work and we watch some movies together while I'm doing work. I was kind of hoping tonight would be like a work night, but I'm happy to play some Vampire Survivors instead. I'm okay with that. But for now, we need to figure out who we go raid. Who's streaming right now? Who's even going? Oh yeah, and I was lurking Brooke Zerker earlier, and he raided me, so I've been lurking myself for a bit, and that's gross. If you lurk yourself too much, you'll go blind. I was definitely thinking about raiding Time Enjoyed. Time Enjoyed is awesome. We've raided Time Enjoyed somewhat recently. I haven't had a chance to raid Mawixi in a while. So we're going to do that. if I could type. I think I did it right. I think we're good. Yeah, damn right. So we're gonna go say hi to Maweeksy. They were doing some ASMR streaming the other day. Today they got the camera on and they're chilling. Looks like they're maybe doing some game dev, like, kind of stuff. I'm not sure exactly what they're building. I guess we can find out when we head in there. I see Wayne hanging out, which is cool. Oh, and yeah, sorry, Martis. Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, it's just griffing and chill. Yeah, let me grab that link for you. Sorry, 1 second. No, I don't game on this channel. Yeah, so, yep. If you want to hang out and lurk, that's only over on Twitch. I don't do a YouTube stream of that yet because YouTube is very particular about me having too many channels, and I already used my, my phone number for one. Yeah, if you want to hang out over on gaming, I'll be over there in just a bit. I'll probably end up, showing my cooking camera while I cook up a pork chop and get some other stuff going. We'll watch some TV show while we're hanging out waiting for stuff to, heat up. And then we'll play some games. I'm not sure what game yet. Maybe some Vampire Survivors, maybe something else. But yep, thank y'all for hanging out. We had a great day today. I'll see y'all soon. See you here tomorrow.